Okay, there we go. All right. So, I'm just goofing around a little bit with OBS, and I got caught up in time, but I just realized. I'm still trying to figure out. I did say that I would look into a couple of things with OBS, and I realized I didn't get a chance to. This shouldn't take very long, but I'm just trying to see about increasing the resolution, if it's something that can be done from this side, or if I have to go into YouTube proper. Looks. Okay. Yeah, I don't see the option. Oh, this. Yeah, we're not messing with stuff like that. Oh, that's cool. Discovering some weird stuff with OBS. Alright, you know what? I think this is something that has to be done on YouTube itself. I don't see many options here for, there's a ton of different options for like blending and screen filtering and things like that, but maybe, I don't know. I don't see anything for adjusting output resolution. Yeah, it just shows me that it can capture. Nothing directly that I could see for output filters. Okay, moving on. I'll check YouTube itself then next time. I'm 100% sure I did see the option somewhere, I just can't recall. Okay, so today we're going to be working on a few things before I actually get into the main thing, which was to extend the AI behavior to engage with the player. One of the things that I want to work on is I was just trying to like marinate on how exactly I want it to be implemented, but it's the abilities. So before, the animations were just directly put from the animation pack. Now that we're getting into developing AI, and the enemies animation packs aren't gonna cut it. That was more for like just quick testing of different animations and seeing how they worked out and things like that. But because I didn't want to create or use the Godot built-in pack system. Right? So now the goal is to finish up just the martial. I'm not going to do so. The abilities are broken down into 3 categories for this game. One is martial, one is animation. One is martial, one is weapons, and the last is mystical. So these are just generally going to be doing different things or animating different things. So I just decided to split them into 3 groups. Marshall tends to be stuff that's going to affect the character itself, so it wants to know about the character's animator. The other two, weapon obviously wants to know about the weapon animator, and the mystic stuff is typically stuff that's going to be instantiated into the screen, but could also have animations on the where is it? Yeah, it could also have animations on the character. So the idea is we're going to have the it doesn't make sense to have the ability, I think, control the animation sequence. I'm going to actually put that into the resource for the animation itself. So each one is just going to be playing its own sequence the way that it wants to. So that requires a little bit of finagling, right? And I was looking at how the animation pack system had worked, and I've come to a good place on what I want it to look like now. All right, so let's start going with this. Where is Godot? Okay. Oh yeah. The other things that I'm going to take care of, or want to take care of, well, this is actually what we're doing right now, which is cleaning up the code base. Then it's going to be, so it's actually slightly out of order. I'm going to start with cleaning up the code base a bit so abilities can work properly. Then extending the AI behavior for the engagement. Connecting the abilities to the AI for the dynamic combat system. And then fine-tuning the animations to ensure that hitboxes activate at the right times. All right, and that's basically what's going to be happening. Hopefully, we'll get to fine-tuning the animations, but we should be able to take care of everything else. So I did work on the behavior system off-screen, and I did get it to a place where it's pretty good. Let's actually just show it off a little bit. So this is the behavior system for the AI. Typically, when you are developing AI systems, if it's your first go at it, you'll end up with a code base that looks humongous. Like, you see how long this code base is already, and this isn't even including any behaviors, right? Like, if this was the me from a while back, this thing would be like sprawling down. I'd be on line 1000 by now. That's what this is for. So the idea behind this is, instead of hard coding that logic in, which is still technically hard coded, but it's giving me some options here. Instead of hard coding that logic in and then adjusting it on some sprawling interface over here, we can actually just swap out the different behaviors that we want to have happen in specific situations, right? So in this case, we have idle set up. So this is a resource for idle. We can select the average time. We can bound it. So at 0, it'll always just be 8 seconds that they go idle. If I go to like some number higher, whatever, like 1, then this will be, I think, anywhere from, I think it goes from like 6 to, it's some portion of this. I think this is like 6 to, I think it's like 16, 8 to 16. And then 2 would be that they'd go idle from 8 to, what was it? 8 to, I'm not sure if it's a direct correlation. It could be. I think it's 32. I think it goes from, this is 8 prop, and then this is 16, and then this is double the 16. So I think it's 32. Or it could be 24, I'm not sure. But it's just going to use this as the minimum, and then whatever the multiplication of this is into this as the maximum. And it'll find some number between there randomly each time that we enter the idle phase. So that kind of logic is what we've set up. Strafing is the one that I finished off screen. I'll give it a second and I'll show what that's doing. But that one actually I should probably go into a little bit just to show like what I did, because It's using the enemy manager, and it shows the purpose of creating manager classes, in my opinion. Okay. So right now the enemies don't see. That one saw me. Hold on. There we go. So you'll see that he's strafing around me. I can go over here and then attract the attention of the other ones, and they will immediately start strafing. Now, you'll notice that we have here a collision between these two. I'm not sure why that's happening. I've tried everything in my power, short of using raycasting, to ensure that doesn't happen. There's one other thing that I'm going to try, but I'm not trying to use raycasts on this because I'm trying to avoid it. But once they get it situated, they're no longer going to ever collide like that, or they shouldn't ever collide like that. It's just them getting into their situation. The only thing I could think of is, you know what, let's actually try that out. I think, let's do. So, where is it? Floating capsule. Oh, this is the wrong. There it is. Okay. Apply new physics material to this. And let's reduce the friction on these guys by 0.5. Right, and let's increase the bounce a little. 15 should be, no, 30 should be good. Okay, there. Let's see what happens to them now. We might have to increase the friction a little bit, but okay. But yeah, they're not like latched onto each other when they bounce. Now the thing is that avoidance should be preventing this from happening. I'm not sure why it's not. So Navmesh has an avoidance that I am utilizing. I mean, I went to some lengths to get it implemented with my state machine. So I'm not sure why it isn't working. I mean, it is working. They are moving. If it wasn't working, they wouldn't be moving at all. But they're not actually avoiding one another. So a couple of things are happening here. The moment that these guys notice me, they'll change their state. And in this state, this is their combat state. You're going to see that they're basically just going to shuffle around me. Now, for engagement, I'm going to basically be setting it up so they will prepare an attack. And once they reach, I'm debating if they should be like, once they're to the left of me, to the right of me, or behind me, that's when they will ping to the enemy manager, hey, I'm in a good position. And the enemy manager can say if they should attack. Right? That's the idea. Now you'll notice that once in a while they carry their own lanes. That's the enemy manager taking control of that. It's basically just saying, hey, this guy's over here, this guy's over here. And it's making sure that they do not run into each other. So they're in quote-unquote a formation. Sometimes you'll see them look like they're sharing lanes like this over here, but when they get together, you'll see they're actually not. All right. We could always make it tighter, but the point is that we now have this system where they will patrol, well, rotate around me in this way. So now the next step is getting abilities working in such a way that it will work for them and work for the player when we call it, obviously to different effect. But Yeah, let's do that. This is the patrol system. Let me show you the code, I guess, for the patrol system. The part that I was talking about. I don't need to really go into the whole thing because we did some of that last time. Where is it? Patrol behavior. No, this is strafe behavior. Okay. Right. I was cleaning up the debugger, so this stuff I'm not worried about. This is... I don't even understand it. It's basically saying that the Navmesh is not set up properly. So that actually might be part of why the avoidance isn't working. So I probably need to check out what's going on with this. Standalone expression. This is where I was working before. Okay. So this is the attack sequence right now on the player. But I'm not here yet. I'm going to be going. At least it's good to like a bookmark. So where is it? Okay. So this is a resource. Behavior data extends resource. And so when we want to get like the range that this thing is going to encircle around, we do this. Enemy manager get base strafe range. And then we just give it our suggested range, which is just whatever we put in over here, but we randomize between the min and the max. And then we might get this number back, or we might get whatever the enemy manager suggests for us instead, right? And so inside of the enemy manager, it does get enemies. So it just gets all of the enemies that are present. And then it checks to see which one of them, if any of them are strafing currently. Right, so we go to behaviors, is running behavior, and then we put in the behavior type. And then we get the range. Because if they're running this, they have to have this property. And this is this is one of those things that we use in C#. We would use interfaces for. But Godot doesn't have interfaces, but I have to hope and pray that this is already here before I make the call here, right? And then, well, it should have it already because is running, which is what's confirming this should happen after this is already initialized. Then the distances append to this, and so this is just a collection of all of the current distances being used or ranges being used. We sort them, and then we just iterate through it. It's pretty simple from there on. This is in case we find something valid, right? In other words, if the current distance that we put in over here is a valid distance, then we just return it. Otherwise, we have to look for a new distance, and the candidate is between 4 to 20, or 21. And then it just does its thing. It does it again, but this time with the distance that the enemy manager recommends that we pick. And fortunately, it only does this once, so I don't need to worry about, like, it's basically very low cost, a low cost solution, which I really enjoy. All right, let's get situated. Okay. So now that we put that in, I don't know. That's not even a really good solution. I really don't like that solution, but the solution with the rigid body. Well, but for now, until I figure out if this is what's actually the problem, this usually is caused by crossing edges, overlapping polygons, or mismatch. Which I think this is the case. We're getting crossing edges. No. I think we're getting overlapping polygons because we only have one edge. We only have one map, so there shouldn't be any crossing edges on that map. So it's just dealing with this object, right? For some reason, I think that the Navmesh doesn't know how to handle this. So it's creating a bunch of these polygons, I guess, to capture it. And there must be some crossing happening, probably like at this area and so on. But yeah, I would think that the Navmesh would just start from the center and then like pizza pie itself out. But I mean, that would be, I think, smart. But I don't know. Is there like a way to set the algorithm that this thing is using? Let me check. Partition type. Watershed partition generally the best choice if the pre... Okay, so I do not have a large open... What's this? Sure, let's try this. Clear. Same. Worse. Oh, this is bad. What's going on here? Could be that. Okay, yeah, there we go. So let's try the other ones again. I don't think it's gonna make a difference, but yeah, it didn't. What happens if we use both? Sure. Okay. Static colliders. Same. Maybe something is up with the collider itself? Does this even have a collider? I don't think it does. Yeah, it does. Collision layer. This has a built-in collider. Can I adjust the collider? Huh. It's weird. Wonder why the color changes. This is just dealing with the geometry. It's weird. Oh, it's just it being it. Okay, gotcha. It's clear. Did it change anything? Looks the same. Yeah, that doesn't. So, oh wait. Yeah, no, it looks actually worse. What's Snap about? I don't know. I don't know. Let's just go back to the base. What the heck is this? Hold on. Oh, okay. It's just the camera angle. Alright, whatever. We give up. For now, we'll come back another time. I've goofed around with this stuff before, so I know that it's not going to change anything. All right, let's get on. Abilities. Player dungeon. Okay, so what my mind is on that. What I want to do here is, since this is the player works a little differently, but it should be tapping into the same things that the AI is going to tap into to get effects off. But we need a way to tell these things, hey, this isn't applicable, right? Or this is. Because sometimes the AI might want to do something similar to what the player is doing. So we already do this. This doesn't exist yet. We're about to make it, which is the set the prepared ability. I decided to put this inside of abilities because it just makes more sense. We're going to go here into the ability manager. I don't know if we're going to need these, but it's there. Okay, so the idea is that when we, in our case, I believe it's hit spacebar, we do complete engage, or it's going to lead us to complete engage, which is handling a couple of things, but we're changing that. Right now, as a baseline, it handles basically getting the ability that we care about, and then pumping that into the handle attack sequence. But the handled attack sequence is now going to be controlled by the animation data itself, right? Because I've settled down on exactly what this means. Now, what this also means is that we need to tap into ability proper for a second. So let's just do this and put in 2 signals. Okay. So now this is going to have an await. And then we're going to have that. Okay, good. Which also means that this needs to return okay. So basically, if this is off cooldown, then we will trigger this. It'll run the execute, and it'll await for that, and then it'll do ability finished. Okay. Or actually, no, we don't need this. And this shouldn't be here. Okay. It's just going to return self. Next we're going to do so we probably want to do this also. And then we want, do we need anything else? Okay. This is going to be false by default. This is going to be null by default. Okay. And then when we pass down execute, we pass down itself. And we pass down the target, and we pass down use physics. Yeah, okay, good. So now the data is item data, but we need to actually open up a couple of things. Is it all named under ability? Yes, awesome. We have ability data, we have execute, Okay. For now, we only care about Marshall, so actually we don't need to open up everything. And use... Okay. So now, in this case, instead of the actor, we can just do animation, handle animation. And here we can pass in, we can basically just go back to the player dungeon script and grab this, the handle attack sequence. Okay. So now let's just check what we're going to need. We're going to need the... do we need the ability? What gets passed in? Is it the ability or the ability data? Oh, we actually pass in the ability itself. I don't like that. Do I like that? I don't like that. I see why I did it though. But that should be covered by the distance. No, the distance is the distance to the enemy. The ability's distance is different. Because what might happen is we might have modifiers that you can increase the range of an attack and things like that. So if you know, we have to pass, yeah, we have to pass the ability. Okay. So we need to pass in the entity dungeon actor. Let's make this easier on the eyes. The ability. The distance. So I think internally we can get the distance. We don't need to do that inside. Yeah, let's just do it. So yeah, let's do it this way. Wait, does this even... This doesn't need to know. Oh, this gets weird. So this doesn't need to know. Hold on. Where did this number come from? I believe it comes from the offset that's provided from the initial attack. Oh no, here it is. Okay. So it's not using the offset. I thought it was using the offset. It should be using the offset. You know what? We're going about this the wrong way. We're going about this the wrong way. Anything else that I need? I think that's it. Oh. Okay, we can just extend this as we need to down the road, if we need to. Right? And then over here, now we can just pass in this dictionary into execute. So let's go back to ability. Marshall. Okay. Ba-bum. I think it does a default. Oh, whoops. We can't do that. It's one of the downsides of using dictionaries. Can't statically type out of them. Let's do this for now. These should be entities, so let's actually go back here real quick. There we go. It's a bit weird, but we have to do it that way. Oh, it doesn't even, whatever. Oh, it's because of this. Gotcha. So we got the dungeon actor. You get the ability. We get the distance. And we get physics. What don't we need here? We don't need the target. Okay. Well, hold on. Let's just leave that there. What did I just do? There we go. Let's leave that there like that for now. Because we might be doing stuff, right, inside of this martial ability or something like that. I don't know. I don't think so. But I believe martial ability is really just about execution of this stuff. So now the animation will handle executing the animation sequence. And it is handle attack sequence. Okay. Could not parse class dungeon actor. Save. Nothing wrong here. Whatever. So we already have animation. Okay. So there's a couple of problems that are going to happen. The AI doesn't have these. Right? AI doesn't have them, and the AI doesn't need them, I think. Because the AI instead has set destination. Right? So in effect, they're kind of working like as if they have a tween already on them. Right? So now, we could just do this. Okay. That works, right? And we do look tween, dungeon, look at. So all of this actually wait, what? Oh no, this is right. Oh, we ran into a small issue. Give me a second. I don't think this is even needed, to be honest. Yeah, sure, just to have the option. Can't go wrong with more options, right? There we go. Okay, now let's go back up to this. Unexpected indent. Oh, I see. Hmm. First off, if... Oops. There we go. Sorry about that. All right, so yep. Yeah, we don't need to do all of that. Okay, good enough. So now, if only the player is, this is just handling what it should do with the player. So try start attack. I want to refactor this a bit, but it'll function. But I don't think it needs, because we're doing this inside of the animation. We don't need to. No, we do. Again, I keep forgetting that I intend to put it's called a broker visitor pattern, but I intend to attach that to the ability down the road, so that needs to be there. All right, I think this is as good as it's going to get. So now if we have the player will do player things. Else this can be out here. And let's just do await. Because the control try start will start. So actually, just do this like this for now. Not sure if that logic is making sense, or if I could make this code clearer. Like if I come back down the road and take a look, am I going to know what this is doing? I think this is what's throwing my eyes off. There we go. So if the distance is greater than the melee range, then that whole dash in thing that you see me do when I run it, it's gonna run. All right, let's test this out and see if we broke anything. First off, let's go back up to the player. Let's save. Go back up to the player dungeon actor. We're no longer using this, so let's comment it out. That should create problems here. And let's get rid of this. And let's toss in, let's comment this out for now. And we're gonna just do ability, execute, and push in the execution data. Right? That'll put this stuff in here and all of the stuff that we just set up. Let's take a look at what's going to happen. I expect shenanigans. Yep, there we go, shenanigans. What did I forget? Prepared ability. I don't even know where the heck am I. Oh, okay, I haven't actually done this yet, that's why. This is inside of the enemy AI, so we haven't actually gotten to that part yet. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so we need to update. I thought we didn't make these, but we did. So let's just do this. Let me... Ugh. Oh, no. We have... I don't think we have any weapon ability data, so let me just do this. What is ability in it? Hit area. Okay. I'm gonna just turn this off for now. Weapon ability, and let me check mystical abilities also. Okay, yeah, this one has nothing in it. Okay. Try it now. Another crash. Right, because we changed execute. Oh! Okay. Okay. Brr. This is the little pink bullet that I shoot out all the time. So let's go back here. Apparently something was using this. Okay. So let's go back. I believe it was in game environment. So let's do this. Okay, then we will push in and weapon ability. Just do var ability. Oh. His ability should be handling that on its own. Oh, we can't do this. And that should fix... Oh no, we need entity. Gotcha. What? Cannot infer the type. Ah. Okay, yeah. There we go. All right, now it should work. Let's test this out. Well, the other stuff. Well, I guess the entire thing, right? Didn't expect... I completely forgot that I had started with the weapon data. Okay. I'm expecting just immediate crash. Oh no. Okay, now if I choose to attack, yep, crash, there we go. Okay. Martial animation. The property visuals. Where is it? Okay. Gotcha. There we go. Now let's try it. Okay. Shenanigans again. We have a target. That little green thing is just the debug targeting, letting me know that I'm looking at him. And it crashes straight through. What's the problem here now? Handle marshal animator. Execute. Oh, I forgot to delete this. Oops. There we go. It's just always oversights. I forgot to. That's something that never worked. It was pseudocode, and I just forgot to delete it. It was just my shot in the dark of a system that I might want. And I didn't like how it played out. I like this one more, so I'm going with this one. We have 14 issues popping up on debug, so I'm going to take a look at that once I get this working. Another crash. Tweens dungeon look at. Invalid access to the key on enemy entity. What? I think I know what the problem is. Yeah. No. Yeah. Okay, we got you. Dungeon actor. That's the problem. So, yeah, this is the problem right here. Just needed to convert these back over to their actors. Alright, let's test it again. If I was a smart man, I would have just made a single button that would put me into it. Actually, I should probably do that. Just like make a button on that will immediately start me in a dungeon. Ah, I saw it. It tried to hide. There it is. Alright, let's try attacking now. Okay. Alright. So now that this more modular ability system is up and running... Hey, he dodged me. Anyway, now that this more modular system is running, I can ping into this ability, and then I can have a variation for it for the AI now. Okay. So I think that counts as the first part done, the refactor of the code base. So now let's get into making the engagement behavior for the AI. So let me paint the picture. The goal here is that at a certain point, this guy is going to stop, or some guy is going to stop, it doesn't matter. And they're going to then just move in. After they move in, they're supposed to execute their ability, and then they're going to move back out. There is no ability that's going to be set up for them. Attacking comes after we do all of that. The goal is to get them to move in, pause for a minute, move out. Once they do that, I know that engage and disengage is working. Okay, so the very first thing that we need to do is clean up our code, our scripts. You'll very quickly end up with this being crowded. Okay, and we need to create a new script. Call this engage behavior. And we're going to make, while we're here, another one. Disengage. Okay. So I guess we can open up both of them. It's going to be doing similar things. Class name. And we can just grab this. And can't forget this. Actually, let's just go here. We have what's combat behavior? Nothing. Okay. I'm not sure what I was going for with that. I should probably just delete it. And just do the same thing for disengage. Okay. All right, so let's consider what it is that we need here. All right, and the easiest way to do that is to try to make it and enemy dungeon actor. Okay. So we go over here and we've changed it. So this is our state machine. And it's an event-driven state machine. So this is going to happen when the signal for this is prompted for us to enter into it attacking. All right. And we get this signal from the enemy manager. It's going to tell us, hey, yeah, it's now time to attack for you, and then selects the enemy that it wants to attack. And then we'll begin the attack transition state. It'll cycle through this. So the first thing is we want to start engage, right? That's what we're working on right now. Hey, this is pseudo code, by the way, so it's probably not going to look like this by the end. This is just to give me an idea of the flow that I wanted. All right, so we probably don't need this. This engagement, probably don't need to keep repeating. Okay, I see what you're doing. So the flow that I'm looking at here is, let's do this. The flow that I'm looking at here is that we start the engage. Then we try to execute the ability. This should actually take us out of this state. Right? Now the question is, do we want that to happen? So instead, what we want to do we just do that. Okay, so if we're already engaged, then we don't run start engage. And then we do, so this is like if we transition back to this and we never got to disengaging. And then we execute the ability. Now if we execute the ability, do we come back to this? I don't think so. Yeah, this needs some rethinking. This needs a little thinking. Okay. So from the attacking state, that's what this is. The idea is we're about to attack, so we want to engage. Okay. Actually, we're okay. We're fine. I get what's happening. I was thinking that we were in the combat state, but I'm reading this here and it's saying no, we're in the attacking state. So if we're already in the attacking state, I get you. So we're not changing state as part of executability. Should we though? Should engage have its own state? I don't think so. I think it's fine this way. Part of the attack. Right? And then basically it's going to execute the ability. Then it's going to ask the entity manager, should I continue attacking? And if the entity manager says no, and it is engaged, it's going to try to disengage. Otherwise, it will then prepare the ability. Right? So yeah, we did need the while. Right? And that basically means that the current state is attacking. So we'll just keep going. One second, I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. So the idea is it'll just keep looping through this until this says shouldn't continue the attack, in which case then it does start disengage. And start disengage should change its state back to combat, where it has its own set of behaviors that it's looking for. And if it gets the okay again back from the enemy manager to actually do the attack, like preparability, I believe, is telling the entity. Okay. So first off, we need to get rid of this because we now have that new system where we do entity, abilities, set, prepared ability. Okay. So this is our method of getting into this stuff now. Right, so it's just going to select a random ability that it has in its list. I don't know if it actually has, I don't think I've set that up yet, where the AI has abilities. But we have the ability system itself set up, so it should be fine. We can just plug that in a second. And then once it's prepared the ability, it should register itself with the enemy manager. Wait for attack prompt. Yeah, this is it right here. I see. So we split it out. So this instead should probably be here. Yeah. So we do preparability, which also has the wait for attack prompt, which is telling the enemy manager that this thing is prepared to be able to attack. Then we await for the enemy entity manager. I don't think we should do this. Instead, what we should do is right, because if we do an await, there's no way to cancel that. So there's, instead what we want to do is we want to connect this to that call that I was just, where is it? This one. Okay. So we want to do that. And then over here, when we do an initialize, after we've made behaviors, actually no, when we subscribe this to the enemy manager, let's let the enemy manager handle the connection. Where is it? There we go. What the heck? Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so let's just go back to the enemy dungeon actor. It's somewhere up here. Yeah, there it is. So actually, it's a lot simpler. We can just do this. We can just do it really early. Something about okay, will it come up? Yes, there we go. Alright, so now when the enemy manager does this emit, this will fly. Okay. Okay, we need to also delete this prepared ability. That should give us some errors. Do this after, just in case in that frame, you know? Okay, I think the boilerplate is set up. Let's make the engage. So what do we want to have happen when we make engage? We want the a couple of things to happen. First off, the player can be moving around. So we're probably going to have to update it per frame to let it know, hey, get in range of the player. And this is where the player is. And then once it's in that range, that's when we'll say that the execution of that engage is finished. So to keep it as optimal as possible, we probably want... There's no way to really keep that optimal, I think. I think it's just a matter of just get it over with, right? So let's do that. So engage behavior. The good thing about having done it this way is we only need to worry about this part. So the first part is behavior physics is going to be equal to true. These are batched calls, so there's a manager that's taking care of their processes. So they're not actually running processes on their own. Obviously, because this is a resource. Next is behavior physics. Do we need any properties? I don't think so, right? I think we just need... Oh. Okay, so we can just do this. I don't think we need this. Yeah, we don't need it. I think this is pretty much one of those things that's going to happen mostly in run behavior. We just need to tell it to do it on the physics layer. And then from here, it's basically just... let's do this first to help my brain. Okay, then we need to provide a, I guess, offset from the, so we go var distance. What the heck? Oh, that's why. Or actually, we'd like to do this first, right? A little simple vector math. And I guess we want to offset it on a z-axis by 1. And then we want to set the destination. Being that target position. Alright, so or actually, let's do it this way. And let's set that offset to 1.15. I just know 1.15 because I've done it before. And then let's multiply that so it's by the target. Ah. It doesn't matter, I could have picked X or Z. Would have been the same thing, but this is basically like in case I have like a boss character, then they're always going to try to keep that offset based on their scale. If I have like a super big dragon or something like that, later on it might be better to just have something else here as just like the objects, the creature size. I need to also make it look at. So this is engaging. So when they're engaged, they should always just be looking at the so actor. There you go. I think this is built in. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is built in. I don't need to do this. The floating capsule script already has that built in. If it's not, then we can just put it in later. We'll notice it right away. Okay, so yeah, now that that's done, that's my little cheat to get around dynamically typed languages like this. Actually, can we do this? Looks like we can. I always forget what my limitations are with this stuff. Okay. All right, and then so we need to think about that for a second. I don't want to call set destination every frame. There's no problem with doing it, but I don't want to. Instead, because doing it kind of makes no sense if I already have the end destination. Right? So instead we should just do it, well, first time. Okay, gotcha. So now once we get to this point, we check to see if, so we just know that our target position is what it is. We're going to actually check now to see, are we actually within range of the enemy to be able to launch our attack proper. Okay, this is where that work on the ability system comes in. So we can just go here and we can go Okay, so if the length is actually less, then we will run exit. Or actually, let's do it the other way around. The length is more, then we'll just do we'll just set right, and so we can hide all of this now behind this. That way we're not doing these calculations every single time. We need to get the absolute value, otherwise this might give us a negative number. So now this can be false, and then we can just return. Otherwise, we should do behavior stop, and we want to pass in the actor. Okay, target not declared. Guess we can take this out. We should also do this just in case if no target, then we behavior.stop. Okay, this should technically just be our engage behavior. Once this is done, now the AI will move around and they'll have a method of engaging with the player. They'll try to come into attack range, essentially. Yeah. You shouldn't have to worry about anything at the behavior level. This is the behavior data level. Yeah. Alright, so let's hook things together. The very first thing is, let's make this. We got to go to the dungeon actor, and we're just going to add in a new engage behavior. There's no properties here yet. I don't know if I'm going to need any. I don't think so. But yeah, so now it'll go ahead and add this behavior to the list automatically. This is why I spent the time to make this system. It's just so much easier once it's up and running. Let's take a look at this now. Okay, so first we do behaviors. We get the behavior for engage. If we have a behavior, then we await the behavior to be exited, and we start it. So the trick is, or the question is, handled attack, state, add connection. Is there anything that's actually changing our state to attacking? I don't know. What condition would change our state? Oh, the enemy manager is what? So when we do this, let's see what the enemy manager is doing. Okay, so it's in a process loop, and it just has a cooldown, and it's just going to run this every time it hits its cooldown, and then resets its counter back to 0. Got it. If the prepared attackers, it'll just go lap. Otherwise, it shuffles. First, it shuffles the prepared attackers list, and then it iterates through them. It goes, if their current state is not in combat, or they don't have a prepared ability, then we add them to the removals list, and just move to the next one. Does this exist? prepared ability. Dot. Let me open up ability. I don't think that exists. Whoops. Let's just do it this way. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So let's make that. Okay. And then if so right away if it's ranged, then we will just automatically say, yeah, go ahead and attack if the ability that's prepared is a ranged attack. Right? We don't care too much about every ranged attacker attacking when their abilities are prepared. Let's give this a random chance. Okay, there. What's this? Okay, I see. Do we even need that? No, we don't. I think we can just do this. Oh yeah, we do. I see. Right? So we do this so that way we can continue to iterate through, but because we already have an attacker, it won't have multiple things trying to attack the player on the same cooldown cycle. Right? The range don't care. They'll all attack regardless based on their chance. But this guy... Okay, good. And it'll do this every 3 seconds, I believe? Yeah. This should give some sense of randomness to it later on, but for right now, we don't know. So let's test this out. Let's first put a little print here. I want to see if we're going to reach this. We have 36 debug warnings on here. What's the problem? Oh, okay. Yeah. That's nothing. This is the last part of this day, hopefully, that I'll be able to hit. Alright, let's give this a shot, see if they're actually going to try to engage me. Let's go to output real quick. Let's get rid of this stuff. We can just get rid of this. This was a bug that needed to be taken care of. It is now taken care of. Okay. All right, let's give this a go. Hopefully this... Oh, wait, let's put one more warning. When we actually do the engage to let me know... Well, we'll see it, right? So... If it doesn't work, we'll just put the warning so we can see where it's breaking. Okay. There we go. Awesome. Okay, so it broke. Invalid access property key prepared ability. Oh yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Let's go like this. Execute. So this is the enemy manager. We forgot to get rid of this over here. This is now. This is now abilities. What was it? It was prepared ability. What is I? Prepared attackers. Entity. Abilities. There we go. Okay, now let's try. Weird. One of them went the way of the dodo. Should be over here somewhere. Yeah, okay. So it's not executing it. Let's find out where it's not executing it at. First, print. Doesn't crash my Godot. Let's out. We're not getting warnings there. Okay, let's print. Every 3 seconds it should ping me with an A. And it's not doing it. Alright, let's try something else. We know that process loop is going on. Executability. So it's saying basically this is empty. Let me test this out. Print. Empty. Okay, yeah, it's reading empty. Got it. Okay. Okay. So it's not registering things to prepared attackers. Let's see if we're actually registering when we... These ones are a little bit trickier to figure out because they're only happening once. The ones that happen multiple times versus the ones, yeah. Oh, found it. So yeah, this map again is just incomplete. It's just a testing map. There's oh, there we go. Okay, they are registering. Why are there multiple B's? A, B, A, B, A, B, B. There should only be 5, right? A, B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know why there's so many B's, but maybe something else is going off. Probably it's this. So at a certain point, it is taking in. At a certain point, it is taking in prepared attackers. Right? Now the question is it removing them? Because it's reading that it has nothing in it. Okay, so it looks like the prepared attackers over here is going off for everything. So, you know what? Let's just get rid of removals. What should be happening is Okay, I see what the problem is. There's a part where my logic just falls apart. And I think that's where it's at. Right here. I need to think that through. Basically, the point is, there only should be one thing attacking. And so I want to know if if the enemy manager wants it to continue to attack or if it wants it to move on to the next. And so I think this is it. Okay, then we can go down here. No, it's doing too much. Okay. There's a part where there we go. It's over here. Remove prepared ability. Oh, we do it. Okay, so then where is this called? Nowhere. That's the problem. Okay. It should be called in start disengage. Alright, this is when we disengage back out. And we change the state. So this should end the while loop, which is going to come back, and then it's going to say, yeah, the state is no longer the same state. Disengage, change that, and it's going to end this function. And then we go back and handle combat stuff, which we saw was working already, so that's fine. Okay. So let's test this out again. I think the math was wrong on this, but we'll see in a second. One sec. We are getting A's and B's, but no C's. Yep, we're not getting to C. Alright, let's test this out. So technically every single one of them should have a prepared ability before they get here. Right? Oh, of course not. Same thing I freaking said at the very beginning. I never assigned them abilities. So they have no ability to prepare. Okay, gotcha. Let's give them some abilities. We'll just copy the stuff that we have on the player, because I did the same thing there. Oh no, we can't. Can we? Yeah, I think we can. Do it. Why do things the long way, or the right way, when you could just do it the easy way? Because you'll pay for it down the road. Let's see. Assign default abilities. There we go. Okay, what is this? This is... This is actually a part of the dungeon actor. Already. Okay, it looks like Past Me had an idea already that I was going to need this and put this up in the dungeon actor. So an enemy, in the enemy I just need to find the part that I'm assigning the animation pack to. And it's right here. And just put it right after it. Okay, now they should have abilities. So they were being assigned to the list, and it was running through. There just was no abilities set to them. Because I haven't made like equipment and stuff like that for them yet. Or just built-in abilities. That might be. Okay. Yep. I saw all of that pop up. That means they all have abilities. And it crashed. That's fine. That's what we want. What is it saying? Invalid access prepared ability. Oh yeah, that doesn't exist. Okay. We're using this a lot. So how about we do this? there any other places I'm using prepared ability? That's it. Okay. It's all procedurally generated where these towns appear and whatnot. I mean, I could go to them and do stuff, but right now I'm just testing out these dungeons. Combat zones. Okay, what else is gonna crash? Yeah, it's still... There's still areas that I did prepared ability. I'm just gonna keep bumping into them until I hit them all, it looks like. Try next attacker. So this is gonna be... Is there any other place? I think I could find it by doing that. Prepared. Yep, here we go. This is fine. Okay. Yeah. I think this is going to give me an error, though. Because I'm messing with the array while the array is doing stuff. I made... What is the... Ranged... Oh, is ranged. Okay. I'm expecting it to up. It's running C. Awesome. Nobody tried to come near me, though. Yeah, I think the math was off. They ran away from me instead of coming at me. Yeah, and now he's going to start moving back to circle me. But you saw that other guy, he just disappeared. That's him. That's just the math. He should have started running towards me, but he ran away from me. It's just Godot. So Godot inverts their... On 2D games, Godot inverts their y-axis. So going up in y is actually negative, and going forward on the z-axis in 3D is negative z. So you gotta remember to invert them. So when I did that thing for the position, oh brother. We'll hit it in a second. Right now it is we need to... It only did C once. Right? Which means that it isn't losing this. current melee attacker. And it's not doing that because we didn't set it to do that when we do dismiss. Yeah, so now they'll do their thing. Okay, I'm just looking down at the bottom. Yeah. This is fine. This is exactly what should happen now. All right. I mean, they're going to be running away a lot, but like that guy's not coming back. But they're just doing it super quick, so it is what it is. Okay, so the enemy manager portion of this is taken care of. Let's get rid of this. Okay, next step is the actual behavior. We need to examine what's going on in there. So we do set destination. We want to know if we're getting here, which we should be. And then we want to know when we get here. Actually, here. All right. Good. Okay. Interesting. All right, so we're not getting there at all. So let's find out what's happening. Let's close this. Enemy dungeon actor. So let's look up with what's going on here. So let's first check if this is happening. And we might be getting an error. One. And then if that is happening, then This should be going off. Wait. I think I see the problem. Okay, I think I see the problem. Oh no, okay. So actually, let's just do a print. Well, no, we know this is, you know what, let's double check it. Okay. We should see this come up right away. That's luck. Oh, there it is.
Hello?
Okay, 1 and 2 are going off, so we are getting to here. Okay. Wait. Just double check something. Did I forget to put the start here? Yes, we did. Dur. Oops. Look at that. Oopsie. I thought that my math was going wrong. Okay. All right. First crash related to this system. Initialize. Infinite recursion. What are you initialize is doing what? Actor. Huh? How is this infinite now? Behavior start. Initialize. Start behavior. Oops. Yes, that is infinite recursion. Run. How does this work in the other? Let's look at patrol and see what I did. Yeah, we did manager. Oh, gotcha. Nani? Behavior, manager, run, actor. Oh, behavior. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Now let's try it. I don't see anyone executing on this. Okay, so we are getting here. We are running start behavior. We're just not getting into this. But it's weird. So we're telling it to run. Let's check if the behavior is just running, period. Right? Okay, we know that it's getting here. So now let's try it. I gotta start working on the storyboard for this. I'm getting to that point where I'm going to end up needing dialogue. Okay, so it's getting all the way to pre-2. But it's not actually running. It's still running that behavior. Huh. Weird. What did I forget? Engage behavior. So it's running all of the pre-sections, right? So it gets all the way to pre-2. Means it knows it has the behavior. Okay. Now if we start the behavior, we go through this, we run start behavior. We know that we're getting here. And then we're telling the manager, where is it? Oh, oops, we're telling the behavior manager. to run the current behavior, but it's not doing this. Or is it? No, it's not. I know it's not. How we know it's not is from this. If it was running this, it would be shooting this out like every frame. You know what? Let's do this then. There it is. Okay. Okay, there. So we'll, if we're swapping behaviors, we'll kill the running behavior and then start the new one. Worst case scenario, the AI will just stop moving. Well, if I can picture that as the worst, it can give me even worse than that. Right? What are you gonna do? One of you guys should start moving in towards me. But you guys aren't even running this. What the heck? You know what? Let's check to see if they're even making it here. Okay. Yes, they are making it there. Something is calling it. I think what's happening is that it's all going by so quickly. Or something. Okay. I'm about to say that this thing has won today's victory. If its victory is to make sure that I don't get this done, then it's almost accomplished it. I'm not seeing where the problem is happening. Like, I get what could be happening. So, based on the readout, we see that 114 became true. And then within the same frame, it became false. As in, this it was called almost immediately. So this usually would happen if an await is not being listened to, right? And I'm pretty sure we have an await set up. Let's look at start engage. It has an await. And we have an await right here. The only thing that could possibly be breaking the await pattern here You know what? Let's do this. I think I know what might be causing this. Hold on. Should be in behavior. Interrupt listener. I think it's this. It's a quick way to test this. Like, the state already changed, right, by the time this happened. Okay, hold on. I think logically it makes sense. The state machine is informing everyone that the state has changed and passes the machine. So we just need something to compare the state to. So actually what we should do is this. Okay. I think that's what was happening. Based on just the readout, it's like in the same frame it was changing its state back. I'm trying to think why that would happen though. Right? In order for that to happen, it would have to have been ignoring, like, something weird is going on where it's getting the signal to go back into a combat state. And I think the only thing that could make it go into a combat state is the attack. Let's take a look at that. There's only one thing that could make it go back into a combat state, and I think that's over here in the AI free flow. Try start combat. Okay, so we have two areas that could change combat in this. We have start combat. We have start disengage, which makes sense. So one of these two things is starting this situation. Let's start with the one that shouldn't be doing it, this print. And let's see how fast we're getting to this point. We can get up here. Yeah, let's do this. Instance ID, there we go. Good news is once this is done, disengage should be pretty easy to set up. Oops. We just need to see if it's disengaged. That's the source of my problems. I have this feeling that it's the safeguard that I put in start combat isn't working. Yeah. So this is the result of that kill call that I made. Okay. But we got run called. And no disengaging. So it isn't disengage that's causing the problem, it's over here. Okay, so we do start engage. We know that start engage. Let me check what's causing that run. Can get rid of that called. I think this is in. here. Okay. So let's apply a cooldown to when we change combat. I think that might be it. No, I don't want to do that. Start engage. All it has to do is run itself. It will come. Let's try that again. Maybe getting rid of that additional kill in the switch would... Oh wait, hold on. What the heck? There we go. Okay. This should be doing it automatically. Okay. No patrol found. Kicked, sure. Start engage. We know we're getting here. We also know that we're changing states within the same frame. What is calling this? I think that's where we just need to fix, because it's not engage that's causing the problem, it's over here that's causing it. So I just need to find out what's calling it and then change its start combat. Okay, so on target updated is running start combat. So whenever we update the target. Gotcha. So then what's calling on start on target updated? Gotcha. This is from the dungeon actor. Gotcha, gotcha. I understand what's happening now. So it's a simple fix. We just need to do something like if the current is equal to the target, then we just return. The aggro system should take care of the rest. But but that should prevent it from constantly trying to change it back into combat. Okay. All right, let's get rid of this and see if that fixes that problem. I think it's just a problem tied to trying to use that function on the state machine, because I hadn't tested it before. You know what? Okay, there. Like it's making me have to go super nitty-gritty. Hopefully that solved that problem though. I wanted the more overarching signal to be the trick, but yeah, when they come into like range, shouldn't be getting called that much. What the heck is going on? Well, it's obvious the issue is inside of the interruption listener, so let's print A. Or at least I'm thinking it's obvious. Let's actually just test this out. And let's hide this for now. If that interruption listener is what's going off like all the time, then that sucks. That was a clever little thing that I was trying to build. Okay. It went off, yeah, going off all the time. So I don't think it's an actual problem with the behavior. I think it's a problem with how we're handling the behavior on the outside. Because these are coroutines. But when I do behavior exited, it's going to try to run the rest of the logic. So probably what it wants me to do to avoid this probably what it wants me to do to avoid this is put returns after a return check. Oh, this became weird. Like it wants me to go outside of this and terminate any loops. So like if I go here, what the heck? Sure, whatever. Okay, I see what I did. Yeah, there we go. The floating capsule was the problem. So there's no actual movement here, set up here. That guy's still stuck. Why? He's not using the movement pack. Weird. Well, I just figured out why my collision avoidance wasn't working. Can't remember. I think you need to set the velocity of the agent. Okay, I see what I need to do. Right. Okay. This is fine. Then we can just go here. So we bumped into a different problem. That was more of a spot of confusion. There's a call somewhere here. Supposed to be safe. What was the name of it? Safe. Yeah, let's stop this. It's a different issue. Safe velocity. There, this. But this needs to be why is it added 3 times? We add it when we initialize. Oh, we're doing it for each state. Got it. This is the... Yeah, we don't need to do it in initialize. Initialize doesn't need to have that. Combat has it. So now... Attack needs it. Where's the attack state? Oops. When I'm done with this, I'm definitely gotta add some comments to these things. Okay. So now that's the first problem. The second problem is this actually being called? Print. Okay. After this avoidance, I've been having issues with the navigation agent anyway, because it hasn't been sending any signals at all, and I'm not sure why. So I'm highly skeptical that this thing is even going to work. Yeah. Is it even sending the signals? No. It's not sending the signals anyway. Let's go into the state machine. See if the state machine is the problem or if it's the agent just not sending the signal at all. What's going on there? Where's the state machine? Okay, it should be inside, yeah. This is the agent. So we need to check two layers. First, let's put nav events. Let's do a print nav event bird. And then we also need to ensure that there is an agent before we start blaming the agent. Should be at the bottom now. Assign agent or something. No. Let's just do it over here. State machine, connect AI flow. Oh, there it is. No, that's the add navigation 3D. Ah. That nav agent, there we go. Okay, let's test this out. Please work. Just work. It's well, actually, the first part I'm hoping doesn't work, because if the first part is working and the second part isn't working, I have my work cut out for me to figure out why the nav agent is not sending any signals out, period. Awesome. Okay. The first part didn't work, which means that we're not doing set nav agent. Fantastic. Okay, that's fantastic. Now we can just go here and initialize, which is probably what I meant to do. But I might have been sleepy when I did it or something. Can we do this? I don't think we can do this in initialize. We have to do it after. So it's better to do it in set entity. This is, I believe this is after ready. let's give it a shot. That would explain why avoidance wasn't working. I had to do a ton of freaking different things to get the kind of avoidance that I needed. Turns out that I just didn't turn on the AI functions for the loading capsule. Never code when you're half asleep. Okay, this guy is trying to engage with me. And yeah, these other guys are moving around. Okay. Are they avoiding one another when they move? Yeah, nice. Like if I'm trying to get them to collide, they're not colliding. See? Completely change. They do weird things now. They'll walk in place. And that guy's just stuck. Okay. Let's close that. Let's clean up. So now, I don't remember. I think we have to do the calculation and then do apply force here, which is what we did. So, yeah. Okay, good enough. Next one we want to get rid of is nav event herd. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of the state machine stuff. And loading capsule, I don't think we need you right now. Although it's doing weird stuff, it's fine. I don't know why the animations... Oh, I know why. I didn't. Animation isn't hooked into the attack state either, so we had to turn that on for attacking. That's why they just like drifted in. Okay. All right, we're almost there. Ooh. Okay, so they're engaging, handle attack transitions. The start engage. So let's just check that. Oh, actually, now that animations and everything are in, let's see what happens. I believe we got rid of a bunch of... We don't need this, so let's get rid of that. We don't need that. And this. What we need is information about the disengage, no, engage behavior. We need to know about A, B, and C. So let's give it a shot. Okay. That's weird. It got to where it should have gotten. Hmm. Oh, one sec. Set Nav-agent. All right, let's look at how we did it over here. Actor, global position, right? Oh, I see what I did wrong. Oh no. No, we did it right. Actor, global position, and we compared it with the destination. This is weird. On patrol, we set the destination to just some random position. What was that position? Actor patrol point. So that's a global position, and then we just applied that to it. Check patrol point. No, it's a global position. Oh yeah. Then we set the final destination or final position. We set the destination to that random, and then we set this. And then we just ran the behavior. In this case, though, we're doing the same thing, but the position is the global position of the player. I mean, I could just make this easier and just make it call it every frame. Right? I mean, if I did that, I would be smart, I guess. But I'm just thinking about, like, optimization-wise. I only want to call it when I need it. You know? Keep it as light as possible. Problem is, we have this right here, which isn't working. Where is it? Right here. If is within radius, 3D. Actor, global position. Oh, I think I might have it backwards, maybe? Go into here. No, we have it set up properly. You know what? Let's do this across on the z-axis and see what happens. Right, because that's really the only axis we care about right now. I did that to debug mainly, but if it's useful, then why not? Okay, one of them wants to come close to me to attack. I guess it's this guy. Nice, it worked. And then he backs off and does his thing. Very nice. So I don't think I need... I mean, we should still do a disengage, but you can see they're disengaging on their own. Like, they come next to me. And then they're doing that tricky stuff where they look like they're going to come in, but then they don't. Nice. I think I'm going to turn off the debug on this thing, the Navmesh debug. I'm not sure if it's necessary anymore. Oh, wait, let's see what happens if I move. Oh, they just back off if I move. And then they come back in trying to... God. Yeah, this guy's gonna chase me down, then he'll just back off a certain, but then this guy. Nice, very good. Okay, good. I'm not sure if I need to do disengage. I guess disengage would be like if I wanted them to do specific things as they back off. But they're doing weird things. But I think the weirdness is from the avoidance script. Like if they see somebody in their way like that, like they'll... Yeah. If there's somebody in their way, they'll take a second to try to renegotiate trying to get around them. So maybe I could just make the avoidance area smaller. Yeah. Could probably just do with making the avoidance area like 0.5 or something, I guess. Okay. We got it done. Engaged. So we did get B, I saw when they renegotiated. I came up with a new direction. We also got avoidance working. So we actually got a couple of things. It was a bit of a slog, but we got a couple of things fixed and also got this working, which is nice. Okay. So we don't need a couple of things here anymore, I think. What don't we need? No, I think we're good. We don't need it all. So we got 16 pop-ups on debug. What did we get? Errors. Okay. State is called but never used. State. Is this the same state? Yeah, okay. Distance is declared but never used. Right, we don't need any of these right now. Animation is shadowing. So we don't actually need this. Wait, what is out bringing again? Animation controller. Oh. Okay, so we do need this. This is something else. Okay. Oh, shoot, we forgot about this. Nope, we didn't. Okay. Await keyword. Right, so ability. And then we have disengage. So I'm debating if I should do disengage or not. Right, because they kind of sort of already disengaged themselves. And right now disengage would just basically be like a special kind of disengage. think it's fine to just okay, there. So then we also have this, which is executability. Let's actually let's make, I guess let's make executability because I want to, yeah. Right. This will be like the attack. It's going to throw a bunch of warnings because it's, I believe, going to say, hey, these things aren't connected, but it should still do the animations and whatnot. Right, so we need a couple of pieces of information. We can just go to the player. Ugh. Where is it? Oh boy, okay. Whatever. Godot will make me have to go through literally my entire code base before it brings me one step back to where I just came from. Oh man. Okay. Okay, so the entity and then the target is the distance. What? Oh. There we go. Well, where else did I make a mistake? Global position, current target, global position, dot length. There you go. Okay. right? And there. So before we actually... So we don't need this. Before we actually run this though, I want to just do one thing. I want to see if it's going to crash when I use this on the player. I don't recall if I actually tested out this new system yet on the player. It should. I believe I did. But the player is working off of the same code, so if the player is going to crash, the AI is going to crash. Just need to get in range. There we go. Player can attack. Okay. So let's give the AI the ability to... Now, the AI should... It doesn't do all of that flippy stuff. It should just walk up to me and then just do the attack instead. Let me read the code one more time just to make sure. Well, you know what? You either live a coward or die a hero, right? Let's do it. This guy's gonna try to attack. And, yep, it's flew up in my face. Invalid access. Ability finished. Nani? On base type nil. What? Okay. So we got here because ability wasn't null. What's execute doing? Executing is just returning itself. What the heck? Is there a version of this? No, there's only one version of ability. That was weird. What did it mean that this was nil? I'm trying to call ability finish on null. Oh! No. Got it. It's this. The ability is not off of cooldown when we try to call it. That's weird. The ability should be off cooldown. If not is off cooldown. It doesn't get prepared. Let me check. Where is the... We check to see if it's off cooldown. Yeah, we check to see if it's off cooldown before we add it to the prepared list. So if we don't have it off cooldown, it shouldn't even get to be prepared. Prepare ability. Set prepared ability. Oh. Get available ability. Return first off cooldown. Is this wrong? If the current time is greater than the time this was last used, plus its cooldown time, then it's off cooldown. But then when we actually used it, it said it was on cooldown. What the heck is going on here? How is it getting into being prepared? If it's... I mean, it has to be something I made a mistake with. I put these here because I knew later on that like you'd be able to punch or kick or attack whatever the AI, which should then just break them out of their states for whatever it is that they're doing. Right, so if like you catch the AI when it breaks out of whatever it is, and the state had changed to something else, then but right now I can't figure this out. What the heck is going on? Why did it... It's basically saying that it's null on return, and it's saying that because it's stopping here, because it's not off cooldown. How the heck did it get here? I don't get it, bro. Enemy dungeon actor. The simple solution is the worst solution for this, which is I just call it off of the ability itself. But that's a very bad solution because if the ability is off cooldown and we were trying to execute it and then we're awaiting on nothing. Right? The only thing I could do is do another is on cooldown check. That's where I wish that Godot had this. No coalesce. Because then I could just say, hey, if this is going to return null, then don't do this. Or rather at GD script. If I programmed in C#, I could do it that way. Oh boy. Alright, let's do it this way. If... Alright. That's the closest way to getting it done in line. If you want to call it that, I guess this would be inline. Technically. Alright, let's give it a shot, see what happens. I don't like having to do it that way. I really don't. It's... what I read, it looks like it should be only taking the one that is off cooldown. And first off cooldown works for everything else. Like I did it for the player and it's also using first off cooldown. I'm not exactly sure what's happening. Hey, he punched. Or at least he hit punch animation before it crashed. Let's see why it crashed. It's not telling me why it crashed. Stack trace. I think it's just doing something weird. It's some type of while loop issue, probably. Okay, so it looks like we need to create an attack behavior that will stop it from doing all kinds of shenanigans. Okay, so we need a couple of things. Is this a node? No, it's just stuff. Okay. actually do this. Oh, shucks. Ugh. It's always good to, you don't need to do this in Godot, but it's always good to do it just so, like what just happened, where I know that anything that's using this is passing this stuff. Otherwise, I would have ran it and then bumped into it and pondered on why that's happening. Credit to the GD script. Okay. So we need to make an attack behavior. Right, we need to make an attack behavior. So let's look back at this real quick and see what the attack behavior needs. So ultimately, this is what the behavior is going to want to know about. Okay. So we do have to make a new behavior. Let's do that now. Seems like past me knew I needed one. Oh man, I don't know who that guy was, but he freaking knew. Let's see. Okay. And okay, so there we go. Behavior. Start self. Okay, and let's make an attack behavior. Ah, we forgot to do that on the other behavior also. What was it? It was engage behavior. Behavior should be pretty straightforward. It's basically just stay in the same place and punch your target or kick your target or whatever. Right? It's effectively just telling the it's effectively going to be telling the floating capsule, hey, stop applying velocity. Right? So, in short, all this has to do is say actor okay, and then we can go here and grab this. We need to calculate the distance again. And this is false, actually. And so there we go, execution data. Okay. So now we should just do run. Behavior. What was it? It was behavior manager. Run behavior. Okay. Now the manager should switch out, run this behavior instead. And then when we run this behavior, we want to and this one is very simple, but there's a couple of things that are happening. One of them is we actually are waiting for the for something to become true. So let's actually do that. And then over here we're going to put await ability finished. Could do this way, or since we just made that new stuff, we could do it this way. If actually, hold on. I think I like better. We can go behavior, attributes, or parameters, properties. Yeah. And this new property is going to be the ability. Let's call it that. Going to be equal to ability. Okay, and let's just do it pseudo here. It'll just be easier. Okay, there we go. So we can just do this. Okay, let's get this out of here. Oops. Okay. So the next step is we check the behavior. We check each frame. Is it running? Do we need this to be on physics? This is going to be operating off of physics. So yeah, I think this needs to be on physics. So let's actually just do that. Behavior. Physics equals true. Because we're messing with the Nav-agent, and that's also having an effect on the rigid body. Okay. So when this is not running, then we can do behavior stop actor. I think that's it. Right? Yeah. Once the ability is done, then this should go off, and then this will fire off stop, which should then be a thing. And now when we go back up to the enemy dungeon actor, we can just do await. Behavior exited. Okay. It's a lot cleaner than having the ability and creating everything here. All right, let's actually add this function. Where is it? Dungeon actor. Enemy dungeon actor. Let's make a new attack behavior. What? I could have sworn we named it attack, didn't we? Where is it? I could have sworn we did this. Yeah, we did. Base attack. Save. Okay, let's try that one more time. Attack behavior. There we go. Control range. Yeah, we don't need this. Perfect. Okay. We might do things down the road, I'm not sure, but I think this is good enough for what the attack needs to be. It executes the ability, and we basically just have this thing. It's quote-unquote standing still, but in reality what's going to happen is that instead the animator is going to be the thing that's affecting any movement it's going to do. Right now we have it set to false because I'm not mentally prepared to try to create that kind of system for the AI. But it should be functional. Okay, let's get close to them so they aggro me. Right, they were having a conversation over there. And it froze the game again. Huh. These are the worst kinds because it's not actually giving me an error. It's not actually giving me an error, so it's kind of rough figuring out where the problem is. Let's start with the simplest part. Let's start with the simplest part. Let's just disable it altogether. Right? I have a feeling it's starting in the animation, but okay. So when we disable it, it works perfectly fine. They come right up, they do their thing, and then they back off. Okay, so this is working fine. So then, now that we know that this is working, at least the behavior part of it is working, the next part is the animation part. Right, so let's turn off the animation portion of this. Attack behavior. Okay, so this should just kick right out, but let's just put a little flag here so we can... But the animation itself is, or the ability itself is never executed, so... we should be working fine. Okay. We did bump into a small issue. Not sure what's causing it, but it's fine for now. It's not causing too big of a deal. But we narrowed it down to something inside of execute, so that's nice. Okay, so should be under martial ability. Here we go. Handle that. Handle animation sequence. Okay. So we made it in such a way that we don't really care about much. I see. This is the problem, I think. Is it? Is it though? No. Gotcha. That's the problem. Okay, it's this. And this needs to be changed also. This shouldn't control this. Right. But yeah, the problem is... So, actually no, this shouldn't be the problem. Because the animation should start right here. Source visuals animation controller, try start attack. Then we do so. Right. Okay. Let's get this out of here. These two things are probably not helping the situation. We're gonna throw these up here. Just throw them back into the player for now, because they can be used, but I just didn't set things up right for that. Right, so the player, this is fine for the player. For the AI, this is not fine. For the AI, For the AI, we still want to do this. Right? But we don't want to be messing with its current states. Weird things will be happening. Like what we just saw. Right? The behaviors are the things that, or rather the controller, the AI's controller handles its own states. The animation shouldn't really care about that. It's just executing the animation. It's only because I grabbed that stuff and pulled it from the controller why it's there to begin with. There we go. I can't see what he's doing because of the marker. Give me a sec. There we go. He's just stuck there now. But he did attack, and he didn't crash the game. Okay. So the reason why I think it didn't finish is because we didn't actually finish it. So we're supposed to do ability here. We're supposed to call to the ability. Finished. .emit. And that should, let me just make sure I did that right. Ability finished. Gosh, oh yes, it actually did it right the first time. Ability finished. Okay, so now with that, it should finish for the AI to let the AI go back and handle its business. Let's give it a shot. The thing with coding up AI like this is that it really does help make the code cleaner or more logical. Because you can't really fool around too bad with the AI. I mean, you could, but then you'll end up with a very bad situation. Okay, he executed, and then he's going to back off. But when he backs off, he doesn't have an animation. And then he's going to come in and then attack. And the other guy, he's attacking. I can't really see what they're doing because, there we go, the marker goes on them. But they lose their ability to come out of the animation. Which is weird. But rather, they lose their animation. And they come out. So it's just a matter of looking at what the player is doing. I don't know. That's weird. That's really weird. The player might be doing something different in the controller, maybe. Because the player doesn't get locked into attacking animation like this just did. Regardless, this is working now. Sort of. The percentage of the way there. Arbitrary number insert. I didn't expect to have that problem. So it doesn't lock up for the player, but it locks up for the... Which is telling me that it's a timing issue. So let's do this. All right, let's just follow the flow for timing here. So I think this is like a 0.3 second, or basically a late frame. And then this is the next one. So let's see if that fixes. It could be that we're just calling one before the other one comes up and it gets hung up on that. Oh, there it is. Okay. I keep forgetting to turn off the debug, but whatever. Do it now. Is he animated? Nope, he's not. Yeah, you see, he's like he's looping the attack animation. I don't even know why he's doing that flip. He shouldn't be doing that. Guess it's fine, as long as it's not too drastic. Because we told it. See. Okay, fair. That's something for tomorrow. This part is this part's confusing me. So if I did this as the player, that's fine. The AI is locked into the animation, and I don't know why. Hey, good morning, Sheridan. Morgan. Not sure what you prefer. Yeah, so I'm thinking that... Alright, Mo. That's what it is. I'm thinking that it is definitely a timing issue on the animation. Yeah. You got your, that's what they say, your whole government. It's not like you just came in and posted your whole social security or personal identification on YouTube. Let's see. That's not a suggestion. Do not share your personal information. Let's see. Okay. So the behavior is working. The animation is working. The problem is that something happens inside the animator differently when the AI does the animation than when the player does the animation, and it's locking the AI. Is it the same process entirely? We called try start attack. Let me see what happens when I use the player. I'm gonna just turn this off for the AI real quick. Fair, I got you. Yeah, that's a smart plan though. Very professional. You can have multiple, I guess, accounts on YouTube though, so... And they're all off of the same account, which is nice. Okay, so we're going to change this a little bit. Yeah, it's very convenient. Especially if you have like multiple businesses, you can definitely... It makes the most of one account. I'm going to approach this differently. So, if all things are, yeah, let's turn this off, and I'm going to actually just try it out on the... So you're an artist, or what do you mean by portfolio? Are you also a game dev? Where is this thing? Attack. Let me just turn this off for a second. You should do some game jams and you can get into it, as long as you have the willingness to learn and the patience for the pain. Okay, that guy's gonna come next, or try to come next to me. Oh yeah, they won't attack. I need to attack them. So yeah, I'm not locked, right? When I do my animations, I can just cancel them at any time. Ah, something crashed. What crashed? Invalid access to property or key entity. It was previously freed. Enemy manager. Okay, we got you. This is what I thought was going to happen. We just do this. Yeah. What engine do you use, or do you make your own engine, or or you have that set up? Ah. Oh, let's do this. Okay, that should fix it. Yeah, when you first, it depends. Like on this project, it almost feels like a Unity project with just how large the project has gotten with assets and all this other stuff. So just starting my Godot almost feels, accidentally opened the town. Starting the project almost feels like a Unity game with that, or Unity project. But overall, yeah, Godot's design is just so much more conductive to game development. I mean, editor design. Once you get your head into it, you realize the editor itself is really good. Yeah, see, I can attack, no problem. They're going to do all kinds of weird things because I haven't set up their hurt method yet. Like when they get hurt, they're supposed to be stunned and they're going to just stay there and take your hits, kind of. Right, but right now they'll just keep moving around, whatnot. It's got its ups and downs. I'll say that I prefer C#. I do. I'm using GDScript in the hopes that one day it'll be as comprehensive as C# and as utilitarian, but right now it's okay. You can work around the shortcomings. It just gets with a bit of verbiage. Boy, accidentally, that's something. I think I was having a little bit too much fun, but yeah, I fixed the problem. That kind of, what is it called? I think it's called freeform combat is definitely pulls you in. And basically you press one button and you kick ass. True. It's called free flow combat. That's what it's called. Yeah, when just pressing one button over and over, and you do all kinds of fancy stuff. You're like, yeah, that looks awesome. It's definitely close to brain dead as you're gonna get when it comes to combat. That's what makes it the most fun for me. I don't have to think. Well, I mean, except for when you have to dodge and parry. Let's see. Yeah, C# is good. So I started off only knowing C#. That was my first language, and I did it in Unity. It took me about, I would say, 6 months to get okay with C#. And to the point where someone would say that I am an intermediate level programmer, as in, so my bar for programmer, I know what kind of, or what level of programming you're at. If I say to you, like, let's say we're doing a game jam and I say, hey, I need you to work on this inventory script and keep it simple. And you can crack that out in like a day or less. Or if that's like one of the 2 or 3 things that you've done on that day, then to me, you're at least intermediate, right? That's like the threshold, because inventories are like the essentials. You need to know the essentials of data management to create an inventory from scratch. And that means you know how to handle arrays or dictionaries or whatever, but you just know how to manipulate data and create APIs. And that can handle that. And then from there, you can get into way more complex stuff. Like if somebody comes to me and says, yeah, I want to make a, like I'll show you one example. This one, it still breaks my brain every time I think about like the fact that I had to put this together. Like, just because you did it doesn't mean you need to understand what you did. It's a weird concept, but it's this. It's called a broker visitor pattern. Right, so it's a really weird idea. If you've ever played one of those games like Crusader Kings or just a game with like a ton of these buffs and whatnot that you would get, this is how they do it, right? Like, you have what's called a broker, and then you have visitors in the broker. So you can attach modifiers and then get back the definitions of those modifiers. So like if you have like your base attack is 3, and then you have like a weapon equipped, your armor equipped, then you have like stat buffs from random enemies, you're not going to hard code all of that in. That's what the broker visitor pattern is there for. So in short, there it is. This is the broker, and it handles messages. So the message is basically, this is like the middleman. Well, I'm not going to go into like depth of what it is, but the high level view is that every middleman that comes in is, every participant, every note is what I call them, that wants to come in, wants to add themselves to a specific message. So when the thing that owns that message taps into that message, like let's say it's your attack power, you say, okay, get the attack power here. The attack power can check the messages and get all of the notes inside of that message, if that makes sense. And that's how those systems work. And then you can go in and then actually see where those buffs are coming from. Like it's coming from the sword of Almighty and the dagger of this, and it's all giving plus to this, plus to that. So if a person can do that, then at that point, then I know that they have a very powerful understanding of the language they're working in. But then again, I did it, so maybe not. Okay, so we know that these are working. But if you're interested in this AI system, which I'm assuming you are since you came to this video, I can give a brief overview of what the AI system is, like what I'm doing with it. Or how to make it, rather. It's... Okay. So this is what it looks like in the end. And so every time that I do something, it's usually to address a problem. The problem that I've had with when I develop AI is that I don't like, for example, the behavior trees and things like that, right? I mean, they work, but they can get expensive. So what makes my projects take so long, my personal projects, is that I always try to optimize my uses as much as possible. I don't like doing, like, my use of process is so rare in this project that I probably have I could probably count on just 2 hands, maybe 1, the amount of scripts that have process loops in them. And that's just, I like using events more than process, because I don't want those working all the time, and events are much cheaper over the grand scheme. So that's where this comes in. These are in Godot. Are you familiar with resources? So a resource, I hate having to explain it this way, because when I didn't... well, good. Well, I mean, when I was first starting, the Unity equivalent of a resource is scriptable object, and it took me at least a month to put together in my head what the heck they are. Think of them effectively like packages of utility, right? They are whatever you want them to be, but they don't execute on their own. But you can tap into them to leverage what's in them. So the beauty of them is that they're interchangeable. So like in this case, we've made a custom class and we call it behavior. Where is it? Behavior data, right? And we're using in programming, this is called inheritance. This would be in C# called an abstract class. You technically aren't supposed to instance this class. And we're also the key difference between, oh boy, this is where it gets weird. So the key difference between this and say a class that you've instanced, right? Actually, no, this is a very easy way of explaining it. So in here, I've instanced these. Now, how I did that is I just went like this, and then I created a new copy. I'm not sure if you guys are actually seeing that, but there's like a drop-down menu here of all of the different options that I have, right? And it's just creating a new instance of it. So this is the equivalent of doing something like this. Right? It's basically the same thing as doing that when I just drag and drop and do that. Or rather, when I click it and then pick the option. So I'm creating an instance of it. The alternative is that I can have one that's already in memory. So typically you want to handle resources one of those two ways. Godot allows you to do this. If you go to a different engine like Unity, you're not allowed to do that. Where you just create a unique instance inside of the inspector. You'd have to usually just create them in your project and then drag and drop them into some slot in your inspector, like in Unity. Now the key difference is when you're drag and dropping from your project, you really should not, and just generally on a resource, you should not change its properties. Its properties are its properties. You don't want to mess with its properties at runtime, usually. The reason being that when you are, whatever that resource was tied to, once you change your scene, the memory that's on that resource will do weird things. Sometimes it'll be what I call a zombie resource, where it's still in memory, but it's pointers. And so I'm not going to go that deep in, but there's things called values and pointers in memory. So its pointers are just not set to the pieces of memory that you expect, and you'll get some random stuff. Like sometimes, just to throw one out there, you'll tap into it, and let's say it was supposed to be the number 5. Well, it could be tapping into an array instead because you've queue-freed that resource, or whatever that resource was attached to, right? Or you've just created a whole new scene, or loaded into a whole new scene. So it's never good to change the resource's properties, in my experience, and then try to get back information that way. So resources are not meant for runtime information, in short. You can always stop me if you already know this part. Right, so all right, so what are resources used for then? Loads of stuff. Just about everything in Godot is a resource, believe it or not. The scripts that you use are resources. I'll show you. If I go script and go here, it inherits resource. All right, the animations. Yeah, animation. They inherit resource. All of those are resources, right? And so whenever you create a new resource, you just basically have to treat it like one of those resources. Would you do something to change the definitions of the animation using a script at runtime? No, never. You wouldn't do that. That's not something that you could do, right? So it's the same thing with any resource that you make. You're just going to end up getting wonky effects if you change them at runtime, or you risk the chance of that happening. So what do resources? I just informed you about the pitfalls of using a resource incorrectly. So now using the resource correctly. From my experience, I've gotten the best results from resources when I do stuff like like when I need to have, say, my animations. Oops. Okay. So I've gotten the best results from resources for things like when I need to define things further or add functionality to things that are built into the base Godot. So in base Godot, I have my animations here, right? Like my attacking animations are all here. You can see the little animation icon. But this is useless to me as itself for this project. So instead what I do is I made an animation resource, and I can further break it down into male-female animations if it's a monster animation, neutral animation. The animations are over here, but these resources further define it and then add functionality to it that I can use in code. Functionality like the one that I'm working on right now, that's being weird. Where is it? I think it's animation, martial animation, is it? Yeah, here we go. So yeah, so like this, right? This is that. So now let's look at one for neutral. So this is my combo punch, right? This is a martial animation. You'll notice that it has the original animation over here, combo punch, right? And I can add things to define this further. So I set its category as a martial, its gender is neutral, so whichever gender can use it. And it has a specific attack range, right? This just helps for other things later on. So that's the effect of a resource. That's what you should be using a resource for. You store information about stuff, and then that you can use in your processes later. Starting to get a picture? It's basically boilerplate. Then that's level 1. Level 2 is then you can do all kinds of weird stuff with them, like what I'm doing here with the behaviors. Behaviors, technically they do have set information that I can just put into them, sure. Right? But I don't always have to. Like, base attack doesn't have anything, right? I'm just using this for its functionality. So in base attack, attack behavior, there we go. Right, which is what I'm in the middle of testing out. In base attack, it is has no information that I really need, but it does have functionality that I want. Right? And so that's what I'm tapping into when I do this. That makes sense now. Right? And so now how do I tap into it? Well, over here I have my enemy AI. Right? Now this is the thing. This is the, like I said, when I do these things, I do them to avoid problems. One of the problems that you will always bump into when you're developing AI is that it's very easy to end up at like line 1600. You know what I mean? Like, you'll just end up with a lot of code about all these different things that the AI can do and so on. I don't like that. And so what behaviors are doing for me is, instead of having hundreds of lines of code, I'm just having these different resources. And as I need, like, let's say I want the enemies to strafe in a different way, I can make a new strafe and then just put it here. Or at runtime, I can just assign a new resource to strafe to be the new strafe. And suddenly the AI will be behaving completely differently. Right? Which is, to me, much better than hard coding everything into the controller class. You getting the implementation? And so that's the power of a resource, is the ability to just swap in and swap out all of these different things for different functionalities. Okie doke. All right, so let's get back to it. All right, so we're trying to figure out why the animator is being annoying when the AI uses it. So let's take a look at what the animator is actually doing, because we're not going to find any problems out here, I think. Right? But before we do that, let's actually fix the player. Let's fix the player first, because I think if we fix the player, it'll give us the same error on the player, and then I'll be able to address the AI. It's a lot easier when it's the player, if the player gets locked out of animation. So it should be under Marshall. Here we go. So first off, this is not what should be going on. Okay, let's go back to the player dungeon. So we do try start attack. Okay, so we need to check out the animator, animation controller. Let's do try start attack. Okay. So you want to check if this is a valid ability. So this is what we need to do. I think it's under visuals, animation controller. I don't like doing this because it broke last time, but And then we do this one. Good thing I didn't delete that one yet. Made it easy. Okay. All right. So this should be something that fixes that issue, right? But this should fix the main issue, but it should break it for the player. So once we break it for the player, it'll be possible for us to learn what's the actual problem and then fix it for both the player and the AI. I think it's under Marshall Animation. Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay. No, I'm not getting locked out. But then he gets locked in. I don't get it. And then they're just locked. Sure. I think I'm going to make that thing transparent. Actually, there's a couple of things I need to remember to do. First, let's turn off the editor debug, rather, the navigation and the avoidance. Then second, let's go over here and shrink the agents, because it's just weird. There we go. That should make it better. Okay. So it's weird because you know what? Let's just make the entire thing the same. Wait, no, hold on. Let me check the animator one more time. Animation controller. What's happening at the bottom of the animation controller? Is it doing stuff? Like, one of the most painful things to work with in Godot is the animator, so I am praying to the old and new gods that I don't have to do anything with this. You know what? Let's add this back in. Maybe that'll fix it. It could just be happening so fast that it's not getting a chance to clear the animation out. I mean, that's just based on experience, that's what it looks like it's doing. Like, the AI is just doing the call so quickly. That it's getting hung up. so weird. Are they changing to a state that they don't? Let's check. What is happening after they do the engage? Let's go back and take a look at our enemy dungeon actor. After they execute the ability, we check to see if they're still in the same state. Let's just check along the way. That's weird. That's a coincidence. They just were all have a 50% chance of ending up in idle. What the heck? They're all like stuck in attack animation. I might need to make like a force kill. So we are getting to animation finished. Yeah. Don't cheat. Don't. I see. I think I want to finish this animation part and I'm going to call it there. Just got to figure out what's going on. So let's take a look at, most of this is useless now because we've changed how this works. But right, like the ability system pretty much mooted a lot of this stuff. Um, hmm. Yeah. Okay. Locomotion. Yeah, the only thing I could think is the input listener is getting muted. That's really it. Where is it? Let's check. There are 3 places that can mute it. Or 2. One is called mute. So only one place can mute it. That's it. And where's calling it? We call it over here, disable animator inputs. And we call it once here. And we tell it to be false. Sec. Animation controller. Only one way to find out, right? If I need to get access to the player, or rather the AI. How do I get access to the AI from here? This doesn't actually make a reference to the AI at all. Does it? I don't think so. I should probably create a reference to the AI. I think I wanted to keep it as neutral as possible. But it makes sense to have something tracking. So let's do that. Or let's just call it actor. Yep, there's no other references. All right. Ah. Okay. So let's do that over here. Okay, good. So now we can do a debug on it. Okay, now we want to know. This is going to be tough, but whatever. Okay. Now let's give it a shot. It's going to take a while, but it is what it is. Just gotta wait until we also gotta get that guy. Sure. Okay, only one of them, oh, two of them. Okay, now only one of them. And now none of them. But it's still reading it's still reading them as actively animating their movement. So weird. Well, at least we know that this is working. So it's not that the input is being muted somehow. It's the animator itself. They're just locked out. So if we're getting... don't understand, man. I really, really don't enjoy working with this animator. But maybe I'll make one from scratch. I should. I mean, I made nearly a quarter of one already from scratch, right? Just to avoid most of this. I don't get it. The player is working off of literally the exact same animation sequence, but it works fine. But the AI is I'm forgetting to do something with the AI. Let's take a look back at what this is again. Okay. We await the start. These are tweens that we're doing separately. And then we await animation finished. But with the AI, we just do start. We await the start, await the finish. See how fast this is happening. It's weird because we're getting all the way back to combat. Wait, I think I know what the problem is. I think. I need to look at the player. I think I figured it out a little bit, maybe. Depends. There it is. And these are what? These are in the player? Okay. So we can probably move these up. What? Why is it here twice? Notify, combat changed. Oh, one is for when we enter and one is for when we exit. So it's working fine. It's just the state machine that needs to be updated. So when we enter combat, what about when we attack? I think we're just working off of the base attack. Yeah, we never bring it up. No problem. Welcome back. I just figured out what the animation problem is. We're about to take care of that. Let's grab this. It's these two. Bring these up to the dungeon actor level. I just put all of this stuff down here when I'm ready to organize it. But oh, it's already. So yeah, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. I'll try my best. I can't guarantee I have the answers, but I'll try. Okay. So now, yeah, there was another person who put it very succinctly. Think of it, if I don't know if you've ever played it, but think of it like Bannerlord, but as an ARPG. But it's very heavily inspired by I don't know if you're familiar. It's with Hermetic Gnosticism, with Hellenic backdrops, as well as the power scaling is based on like wuxia or zanxia, or in English, or sorry, in Chinese it would be wushu. Power scaling. So it's like, if you ever played a Cultivation Simulator, so it's based on something like that. Actually, hold on. Next time that I run it, after I fix this, I'll run it and I'll just show that to you. Where is it? So we have this. So now let's go back to the player. One sec. And we just need to grab these three. Go back to AI. Combat. Oh, it was doing some of it. Notify animator combat changed. I thought I did that. Player. Yeah, we did. We grabbed this. Oh, you didn't save. That's why. Alright, now let's see. Yep, there it is. Okay. Alright, so I'll show it to you now. This should work, so... So, yeah, so, like, I don't know if I'm on Discord. Yeah, I am. Thanks for joining. I made that Discord actually as part of a game jam, and I just decided to keep it for everything else. It was I was working with someone on a game jam, and then hold on. Yeah, let's show you this. Okay, so yeah, this is a work in progress UI, but for the most part, like this is my inventory system, and I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So you get to do stuff like this. So basically, your character. This is your. There's a male version. I'm running a female character, so it's showing the female version. But basically, you get to do things like cultivation. And so this, if you notice, it's taking up time to do this. So you're technically you're supposed to be in like a I don't know, like your home or whatever, like your sect, your home, someplace that you can focus. And then you can meditate. And then when you meditate, it brings up the materials that you can consume. So like these materials now, like a clay figurine. These are specific. They have their own rarities and stuff like that. And you'll notice here I have like a 5% chance of breaking through. If I add a material that's really high quality in this case, it'll increase drastically my chance of breaking through. You'll always break through. The question is how easily it'll be. So even at 5%, I will break through. But the chance is so low that I'll end up likely having tribulations. So the tribulations effect is that they hurt you based on how badly you do. But if you do very well, you could also gain some bonuses to your stat growth. You'll also notice that these have like augments to your stats. So when you level up using these stats that are on this will actually increase your base stats. So let's just add a couple. Alright, so now I have a 95% chance of breaking through without having to go through tribulation, which I think is the max. And then we go into the next phase, which is the discovery phase. This process repeats. Right now I'm Mortal Realm. And that's before I break through like that. There is a quest system also that this is work in progress, big time. I'm debating if I should make this into a node system, like I'm not sure. I think Path of Exile kind of thing, where they have like nodes in different areas and you progress through the nodes, or if I should keep it like this and have like different ranks just being displayed here. But as you use these weapons or use these spells, you gain masteries and your rank goes up. But as your rank goes up, you gain attainment, and having really high attainment increases the amount of experience that you need or mana that you need to break through to the next stage. Right, but there is a quest system also. Thanks. It's still a work in progress. There's going to be a bit more, it'll change as you're going through, but there's different realms. So you notice like I'm at the middle stage of Mortal. And so this is what I mean by a wuxia type of story power progression. So I can move, like if I joined a sec and I have my cultivation, it'll increase stuff. It'll do all kinds of stuff. And then we're at the mastery stage. And finally we have our big breakthrough. I think this is the big part, where we go through to mana sensing, and we've completed the quest, find the path. I need to find out why it's doing that. It's going to do it 3 times, I believe. Twice. But yeah. That's basically it. And then this should now unlock the next quest, Traveling the Way, which is basically similar. You just must have completed finding the path, and it's having awakened your mana senses. So now I gotta reach the next level, which is condensation. So that's just kind of like, you know, like a guide on what to do with the game if you ever get lost, basically. Obviously it's not going to be that easy to get through to the next level from zero. I just have it set up that way to give me like a ton of points. But yeah, so a big thing is like in these types of games is your age. So as you progress through, time goes forward, and you get older, and you can die of old age if you let it go on too long, things like that. And then your progress gets stored, and then when you make your next character, it's going to have like traits that you've gained from your previous playthroughs. So let's test out these animation stuff now. For the AI, for the player, it should work. It works fine. For the AI, basically, we need to find out if this works. Then We're in a good place. Yes! He's back to working. Awesome. Ah, stop looking at him. There we go. Nice. Stop. What is wrong with him? Why are you stuck? He's just going to do the same thing again. Okay. I see. I want to make that sphere transparent because that sphere, the green sphere, is my lock on right now. It's well, in free flow, it's just letting me know who the combat system is for me is locking onto. Okay, good. What happens if I kill one while he's attacking me? Okay, if you die while you're attacking, what happens? Nothing. Awesome. Doesn't crash. It looks weird, but it is what it is. We haven't made the death behavior yet. Awesome. Okay. We accomplished our goal. So let me just take a look at the itinerary to see what was next. Oh, let me know, because people were saying that there's things aren't working on the Discord. So let me know if, because like I see that you posted the GIF, but it's not showing up as a GIF, it's showing up as a link. So I think I have to change settings on the Discord. But let me do this. Let me know if there's anything that you can't do or whatnot. But I'm gonna actually change your or assign your role. So yeah, I haven't really, like, people have been telling me different things, so I want to sit down at one point and just like go through it and make sure everything is normal. I think we had it that way because it was a private Discord originally. It was myself and the other person that were working on it. So between the two of us, we did a lot of weird things with the settings. So I gotta go through and if there's like a factory reset, I would love to hit that button. But I'm definitely gonna fix it because I think that's good. Okay, so yeah, it looks like we have our working we have a working combat system, or rather we have a working AI that will come up and attack me and then walk away from me. Sure thing. Give me 1 sec though. I believe it or not, like, I've been in so much Discord trouble because I never got used to Discords. Like, I went into one months ago, almost a year ago, where they're all into this type of genre of wuxia zanzia stuff. And I said, hey guys, I'm going to be working on a game, and I shared a short video. It was one of the videos that's actually in the thing, and they slapped me over the head super hard saying that I was marketing, and I'm like, this thing is probably not going to be ready to be anything in like ever, but they're like, marketing. And it's like, okay. So I said, hey, how does this work exactly? Because it's not like I'm marketing, I'm just looking for people to like talk to about this, because I really didn't know any other Discord servers that had this kind of genre as its front. Like, this is the thing. Turns out, like, a lot of people interacted with that Discord server about the kind of stuff, and they're like actual development houses and stuff. So they were thinking that I guess was one of those. I'm like, I'm just a guy making a game. I'm not sure if it's even going to be for sale, really. Like, it could end up just being a game on itch. I would love to have it being like a Steam release, but at the same time, like, I just don't have that confidence. At least not yet. Maybe in, I don't know, maybe at some point. Back then, definitely not. Yeah, it woke me up because I don't know. I had it in my head that for some reason Discord channels were just more free. It turns out that some people, like, they stake their claim and they own it, which is fair. It's fair. It's their Discord, right? Fine too. Yeah, they didn't though. It was just they had hyper-specific channels for like walkthroughs for games that were similar to in tone to what I'm making. So games like Cultivation Simulator and Immortal Way of Life, things like that, they would have walkthrough channels for that. So it was that kind of Discord. It never struck me that there would be a problem with sharing a video of like a game that you're working on. Like, it was, if I remember correctly, the video was basically I had made a targeting system for the very first time in Unity. And I was like, this is what I'm up to. And then they're like, nope, you can't do that. And I was like, why not? And they're like, well, it's marketing. The good thing is that every single freaking person in the Discord was like, dude, you guys are going hyper crazy about the rules. like, there's no way. Nobody even knows where to go or how to do anything. I did not share any of that information. It was just that. But yeah, it was. They ended up backing down from it a bit because I met them halfway, but it was such a scarring effect because, you know, this is your work and you're just super sensitive about it. So it took me like a couple weeks to just be like, you know, like step back from that and say, it's not that they hate my work or anything. It's just that they had their rules, and you have certain people that are very stickler for the rules in every situation. Right, and you gotta respect that. Okay, so we had a couple of things I wanted to take care of, which was extending the AI behavior system to engage with the player. Cleaning the code base up, which we did. We took care of the first two. Connecting abilities to the AI for it, and we just did that. And then fine-tuning the animation for the hitboxes. Got it. Okay, so that's the last part. Alright, so that's the fourth thing that I wanted to take care of today. So let's do that. Okay. Let's take a look at the animations and see. Well, first off, we need to correct the script. I've been getting these warnings from the debug, and I'm just ignoring them because I knew I would have to get to this point eventually. So this is a Marshall Hitbox 3D. So have you ever seen Tabs or played, or it's a game where it's like a whole army of people come at you and you're like on a platform and things like that. I think it's called Totally Accurate. Yeah, that's what it is. So this is kind of inspired by that, with how, if you notice how the maps are set up, it's basically you go into each map and then you'll have your enemies over here and then you'll have yourself. So later on, the part of it that's Bannerlord-ish is that as you get stronger, like let's say you join a sect, and you might say the sect might have a mission, go into this mission, and then clear out the bandits. So it's basically going to be you are one of the minions at that point, and then later on you might be like an elder of the sect or whatever, or like the head disciple, or let's say it's not a sect, it's a clan, whatever it is. The point is that you go and you have guys that you're controlling, so you can give them like rudimentary commands for them to do stuff. So stuff like that is going to be in there also, which is partially why I wanted to make the AI system as quickly as possible. So needed to test those things out. Anyway. Actually, I think I have to go at it through the player, yeah. Where is it? Grr. Okay, here we go. Yep, here we go. So these are the hitboxes. What the heck? Right. What the heck has been calling the... Shoot, there's no signal leading to them. Alright, we need to run it one more time, because I need to get that error again to figure out what's causing the hitbox to send that issue. I think the animations are already keyed in because I just ported these over from the previous iteration of this project. Okay, good. Martial animation. Yeah, let's get rid of these. Okay, I don't even know. We're leaked at exit. Good dot shape. I don't know what that's about. Martial hitbox 3D, deferred method, call function area 3D. Okay, I think I get what's happening. I think this is hitbox. Is there no scene with this? Oh yeah, hand. There's something wrong with this. Call function error call deferred. Area 3D. Method not found. Something is trying to call monitoring off. Let's find it. And the one thing is... Okay. It's commented out. Yeah, it's commented out. I don't know what the problem is. So what we're gonna do is this. We're gonna delete this. We're gonna add this as a node. Add child. Hit area, which is the new version. And then add that as a child. Okay. So I don't like it. Let me take a look at this. What was the transform? Zeroed. Awesome. Okay. So what I can do is I can just copy this. Delete. Paste. What? What the heck? Am I bugging? Okay. This is what we want. Delete. There we go. Okay. Then we just need to verify that the hit area size. We have a shape. How do we change the size on these again? I forget. I think we had to go here, and yeah, the radius looks pretty small enough. Let's increase the margin a bit. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay, now let's see if that's going to get rid of that error. Oh, shoot. No, hold on. This is going to break shit. We need to make sure that these actually work as intended. Can't just drag and drop stuff and say, hey, that's it. That's a day. I wish it was that simple. So we need a method to get the Let's do it this way. It's a little funk. Ready. Okay, I see what needs to happen. Oh, this is going to be rough. It's a little bit trickier than I thought. So let's do it this way. So okay, there we go. So now the combat handler, when an attack is made, can go ahead and assign an ability. the ability that it's using to make this attack. And then once that's assigned, or rather it can do set source each time. Yeah, it can do set source each time we use an ability. But what if that ability... So if that ability is a martial animation, then this is what it's going to do. Right? And the animator is what should be controlling when we turn on and off this hit area. Okay, good stuff. Do we want to designate what body part this is? One sec. Okay. There we go. Okay. So if it's not a body part, just return out of this. Okay, good. I'll hit you up on the Discord when, after this, we can walk through changing things around. And you give it a shot. Oh, let's see. All right, so this little algorithm right here is just a quick way of going up the food chain to find out. I'm pretty sure it's clear what it's doing. I pride myself on trying to keep my code as clean as possible. Sometimes, when I can. But again, if you see anything that you don't understand, just go right ahead and ask. I stream for the conversation and hopefully helping somebody else out from instead of them having to go through my pain. They say solo game dev is impossible mode, but it's also solo. But yeah, this is just a way to go up the food chain to find the correct parent. Gotcha. Sometimes I used to do that. Like I used to hop around on 2 different streamers, but then when they started, I mean, I don't mind it when people like play video games or do other things while they're streaming. It's just, I guess it's like a moment to unwind. I don't know. It makes me wonder if maybe, because usually like when I go at it, like I do it like this, I just go straight at it for a couple of hours and don't stop until I get exactly everything that I need done. I don't take that moment to figure things out by playing it. Like I find if I stop and try to play a game, or just like, yeah, especially if I stop to play a video game, I have to be in the right mindset. It doesn't help me as a programmer or a developer otherwise. If I'm in the right mindset, I won't even be enjoying the game then. For the most part, I'll just be looking at exactly like what steps were taken to make this functionality or that. Yeah, it's very there's 2 sides to it, right? If I'm awake and in that state, I get stuff done, and it feels good because it's just happening. Like I'm like a hammer hitting a nail and it's gonna go in. But if I'm sleepy and then do it, I feel like I'm getting stuff done, but boy, when I wake up tomorrow okay. So we need to, actually we already have it, right? We already have it trying to hook into this. Where's hit area? This is gone. We're gonna get rid of this at some point. But hit area is trying to... Is this a thing? Hold on. Yeah, I need to connect this, I think. Yeah, no, it's a thing. It's weird. Usually it's supposed to have like this little green icon over here letting me know that it's connecting from somewhere, or it should have a little mark letting me know that it's inheriting, like an arrow up, that it's inheriting. You know, one of the weirdest things is a lot of people don't talk about it. The broker visitor pattern, I think, is just so essential as a pattern for dealing with programming. Like, people always talk about the factory pattern, probably because it's a simple one. And it's like, yeah, okay, great, factory pattern. Then they talk about the basic stuff like inheritance and polymorphism. But I think you need a broker pattern in order to really actually make a video game. Otherwise, you're very restricted to just very small games. Like, you have to get to that stage where you're using that. It's basically the difference between being able to make games, just very tiny games for like game jams, versus being able to make a production game. So this is the method that we're going to pseudocode out of this. Combat handler. This class is so chonky right now. Yeah, it's basically, without it, you're stuck. Like, that's, I don't want to say it's a hurdle, because you can make stuff without it, but you're very limited in the kind of games you can make. Like, you're always just going to be stuck to dealing with I can't even say, you'll never be able to make anything past simple runners, simple puzzle games. It's just, or maybe visual novels. You're just stuck. You can't go past a certain point without it. And even if you can make those, then you can't make them, you can't really expand into them, right? Especially like RPGs, you'll never make an RPG without it. Well, let me correct myself. You'll never make a RPG that's supposed to go for longer than, I don't know, 2-3 hours of gameplay, I guess. Like, no stats can really be expanded into things like that unless you're willing to spend the time to code like crazy and hard code all of that in. Okay, here we go. Right here's a good spot. What's this script? Good area. Okay, so now that we've registered body parts, we need to hack into the ability call structure and let the combat handler Actually, we don't need to do all of this. Do we? Yeah, we do, because we still need to ping it to let it know that we're about to attack. So we can do func ping body parts. Since we'll be calling ping body part inside of the Marshall, pretty sure we don't need. We can probably do it here. And we can just do ability. Right. Oops. There we go. So now when we go back to Marshall animation, actually we're going to go to the ability layer for this. Marshall ability. Makes more sense to put it in the ability than to put it there. So then we'll do actor. And hit, oh, yeah, actor dot combat. Let's do it this way. Save. There we go. Remove this now. Yeah, it's called the broker visitor pattern. Absolutely worth it. And the best part about it is once you do it once, if you did it right, it's universally applicable. As in, it's just so generalized that you could probably you could fit it into any project. That's what makes it so sad. Why I brought it up, it makes it so sad. Because if I think if a lot of YouTubers, especially if they push that out there as, hey, you guys should, like, there's this couple of things, right? One of them that I'm happy to see getting pushed out there a lot more is state machines, because that's super important. But the visitor broker pattern is also super important. Probably just as, if not maybe more important, if you intend to make larger games. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't. So I'll tell you how I figured it out. As I said, I'm a C# developer originally. So I was there trying to figure out with this project, how do I, because it can't be the case that, like I have to store all of these. Yeah, so it can't be that people are just like doing if then and so on, and it can't be. How are people, like, I played Crusader Kings 3, I'm like, how is it that there's a list of all of these? And I said the only way that it could be a list is if there's an array. So I started searching around, and eventually I came across that pattern, but there's no guides for it in Godot at all, period, zero. So I'm like, wait a second, how can you have such an important pattern not be listed in any on YouTube at all? Period. There's no one that's done it as a guide that I could see. It's just such an important. But there is like one or two. There are one or two that I've seen for C#. So what I did is I watched the video on it twice. There was two videos from the same guy. And I watched both of them. And I just kept watching them. And it took me like 2 weeks. I just kept watching them, going back to them, watching them again, watching them again, watching them again. And I already know C#, but the stuff that he was doing needed me to really get an idea of what he was intending to do. Because there's a lot of delegates and so on that he was, other abstractions. So I was like, okay, I get the gist of it. And then I said, now how do I take that and make it in GD script? And then I just sat down. And I think it took me about a day and a half, and I just made it. And it hasn't failed me since. Like there's some things that I've made in this project that have not failed, period. Like I just have not had errors with them, and I use them everywhere. One is the broker, and the other is my state machine. Like they work phenomenally well. Okay, so I think this is going to work fine. King body parts. Okay, so now the animation is the next part we need to check. This might be painfully long. I'm not gonna lie, this might be painfully long. And it might be because I changed the name of this. The animator might say, derp derp, I don't know that name anymore. Herp derp. I tried to keep the structure the same, but I think it also uses the string name in Godot. Oh yeah, so this is what I mean. Like, you see how this map is made out? Like, it was directly inspired by tabs for for how it's just going to be set up. I haven't really done much shader work yet, but this is a shader. That's this whole structure. You see how it's like wiggling around a bit and whatnot too. It was supposed to simulate water and have waves, but you can't really see it from that camera angle, but there's some Fresnel and so on going on. Oh. Maybe, I don't know. I'm gonna save that strength in me for actual, like, because after this I think the next thing is I'm gonna do some camera shake work and some distortion effects and so on impact when the player hits the enemy. Let's get back to it though. So we took care of this part. Did we? Yes, okay. So now the next question is the animation player. So the way that I have this working is that I have actually used overrides on my animation. So none of these animations are actually set. Like if I go here and manage animations, you see that none of these actually have animations in them ahead of time. All of these are populated at runtime. So when you see the character running around and whatnot, that's all being populated when that character comes into existence. I found that this made things a lot easier for me to manage. I can just basically override whatever animation in there that I need at any point. So this is going to come in handy later on when I do things like making it so when you equip different things and you get better at those, you increase your martial arts in those things, and so like your fighting style changes and so on. That's what this is about. But I do have this testing area here. So actually, let's check out illegal elbow. That should give me a good picture. Okay, so this is a function down here. Not sure. Monitor. Okay, found you. It's the animation that's looking to apply the function for monitoring. What is it trying to apply it to? Yeah. Okay, got it. So it's the animator that's spazzing out on my thing. I'm like trying to figure out what is spazzing. It's the animator. Okay.